Oh my god. I put it on for 30. So we can make them play. There was a Super Mario game that would be so fun. Super Mario Run. Like Mario. This game looks like you know without like a good stream. She's looking at me. Oh, listen. Or 16, or listen. Sure, whatever. I feel like Bye. Bye. There's nobody in my street. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Go to sleep. Like, bro, my watch hours were literally eight, like 8:10, and now it's like 8:07. Like, why is it going down? It goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up. Makes no freaking sense. Like, can someone explain that? Ugh. Bro, it went down more. Now it's freaking 8:05. Uh, Look, just I don't want to focus, but it's at 8:05. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna freaking crash out. And this one next to me. Say hi. Oh, give me a kiss. Yeah, exactly. It's like crazy. Um, crazy, 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 crazy. Crazy. I'm gonna text her. Grace, you're you're doing some great singing there. Well, you're doing some great singing there. You know, mute because copyright. Million thank you. Million thank you.
Sell your clothes with no selling fees on Depop. Buy what you love with the extra cash. Sell staying in clothes to buy working out clothes.
My name is Jason Miller, and what you are about to hear is that gruesome experience. I used to be obsessed with video games as a kid. It actually all started when I stayed the weekend at a friend's house. That was the first time I played a video game. When I got home that day, I remember I begged my parents to buy me one, but they didn't agree. Apparently, my mom had recently read a really stupid article on how video games deplete your mental capabilities. I remember her telling me, those games can kill you. They can rot your brains. My mom's mindset led to me not getting any games throughout my childhood. And when I turned 17, I thought it would be different as I was older now. So I asked my parents for a gaming PC, and they still said the same thing. That's when I decided to get it by myself. So I began to do some menial jobs to get the money. I mowed countless lawns, watched numerous cats, and I even offered to massage my old neighbor's back. And while most of these were really tiring, it was completely worth it. As nothing could beat the amazing feeling I had when I got my first gaming PC. While getting the gaming PC was great, starting my first Twitch channel was even better. Due to my love for video games, I wanted to become a Twitch streamer ever since Twitch was a thing. So I immediately started my channel the week I got my gaming PC. When I was starting out, I knew numerous popular streamers played mainstream games like Fortnite, Minecraft, Apex, PUBG, and the rest on their stream channels. But I found myself wanting to play a survival game called Dead by Daylight. For those of you who don't know about DBD, it's a survival horror game where you could play as one of 4 survivors trying to survive being killed, or you could be the killer trying to kill the 4 survivors by impaling them on huge rocks. I really loved playing the game because it was really good, and I loved all the horror elements that were present in the game. And while it wasn't as popular as Fortnite or PUBG, it had a really strong fan base. In retrospect, I guess I didn't want to be like everybody else, so I decided to try and play something different. Something that wasn't as popular as the games everyone else was playing. So when everything had been set up, I steadily started streaming. I invited my friends to play with me every time I played, and I put a lot of time and effort into growing my channel. And with time, my followers and my viewers began to rise. Before I knew it, I had 20,000 viewers per week, and I remember being really happy and excited about that. I had probably streamed numerous times before this incident happened. I was playing a private game with my friends on DBD, and during the game, we kept on getting harassed and insulted by a particular player called I'm a Real Killer 12. Since I had my chat box on every time during the gameplay, this dude with the player ID, I'm a Real Killer 12, kept trolling me and sending weird messages. He kept on saying things like, you guys are useless. You can't even play this game. Your form is all wrong. Killing looks so much better in real life. It was pretty obvious that he just wanted to get my attention, and I didn't like confronting trolls, but It was getting pretty annoying, so I remember entertaining him one day as I asked him, as if you could do any better. Just leave us alone, dude. I came to regret that decision during our next game because the player called I'm a Real Killer 12 had hacked our private game, and he started stream sniping me and my friends. It started when I noticed that one of my friends, Nate, wasn't in the game, as the killer character being used was the character Evan McMillan, popularly known as the Trapper. And again, for those of you who don't play the game, the Trapper was basically one of the major original characters in the DBD game. He used bear claws to catch his victims, and he wore a really creepy mask. Now, once we saw the character being used in the game, we knew something was wrong. As while the Trapper was an original DBD character, we always used more popular characters like Wraith, Huntress, and the Doctor. It was pretty obvious that we had been hacked by a Real Killer 12, and we could also tell that he was stream sniping, as he always knew exactly where our characters were hiding, and he also used speed hacks to kill us faster, as his character was moving faster than the endgame characters were allowed to. Now, I don't know if you've ever been stream sniped before, but it takes all of the fun out of the game you're playing, as you're killed pretty quickly, and that doesn't allow you to get more gaming time for your viewers to watch. And while I didn't report him immediately after the first game because I thought it'd be a one-time thing, he constantly kept hacking and stream sniping me throughout the rest of the week. So I did what every Twitch streamer would do, and that was another decision I'd come to dearly regret. Everything went back to normal after that, and I played and streamed numerous games the following week without any problems.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's patio.
Oh, I love those chairs.
Shedtastic.
This rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm at the bed.
Girl, you nailed it!
No, this set is just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They got a fire pit.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I don't know if we're gonna get it done. The stress is real.
I was interviewed this summer after my big win in Paris, and of course I mentioned my love for Lego building, and I told the Lego group I love them so much I'd build 100 sets if they wanted me to. And if I've learned anything from competing out on the pitch, it's that with the right team, anything is possible. My name's Sammy Sullivan, and you might know me as a Team USA rugby athlete. I'm also completely and utterly obsessed with building Lego sets. Here's how it's going to work. You all are divided up into teams. Each team has 2 hours to complete the sets that are on their table. Each time you complete a set on your table, you're going to run up to these buzzers that correspond to your team colors. And then once you're done with the set, you got to go back and help your team complete sets. So I'm also going to be throwing in some challenges along the way. Let's get the building! We got to go, 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 go! We got this, guys! What animal would you describe your building style as?
Probably a dragon, if not a flamingo.
Both amazing answers. Oh, we need help over here? I'm an expert piece finder. You said earlier this is your first time building Lego sets, right?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that my granddaughter that she liked it, so I could buy it for her so we could do it together.
Yes! And I think it's awesome young girls getting into building. She built that. It's time for our first challenge! I want you to give yourselves one hand to build with. Use your non-dominant hand to build. So here, do you want me to hold the base while you put the pieces in? We've actually had people move to the ground to build. She built that. How does that feel?
Ooga booga.
Good. Give me a high five, buddy. It's time for our second challenge. You're going to build with not just 2 hands, but 4. Building partners! Woo! What's your favorite part about building with Lego bricks?
Putting the things together.
It's just like watching something grow and form in front of you. She built that! Yes! Is this Mom's first Lego set?
It's the first one I've been allowed to do myself when I'm relegated to just finding pieces.
She built that.
Whoa, so cool! What are we looking for? We're looking for this? Like, really, where is this piece? The pressure's on. We are running out of time. We got sets almost done. We got to get people hitting these buzzers. Crunch time, guys! Okay.
Almost.
amazing people in a room full of Lego sets, and I really couldn't think of a better place to be. Thank you all for helping me in this journey. Man, the Lego group tried to call my bluff, and I think it's safe to say we rose to the challenge. Before you is over 100 Lego sets! Are you kidding me? I think next time, let's go for 200 sets. No, let's go for 1,000 sets! Yeah!
Everything was fine till the 9th of October, a day I can never forget. My parents were out of town with my elder brother, so it was just me, my little sister, and two of my friends who were sleeping over. They had all gone to bed pretty early, so I decided to start streaming. I remember being happy that they were asleep, as I didn't want any distractions while streaming. I also remember putting my headphones on as I began the stream. They were saying things like, "Bro, sick cosplay. Did you hire an actor? Nice touch to add real screams in the background. This is your best stream yet. Shit, you had him stand behind you. That was really creepy, dude. Dope cosplay, though." I really didn't understand what was going on or what my viewers were reacting to, as I was laser focused on the game. But after thinking about it, I told myself that it was probably just someone's antics or prank I didn't understand. So I decided to ignore it and keep playing. I streamed for a long time that night, and when I was done, I began to interact with my viewers. I wasn't playing the game anymore, so I asked them what was going on, as I wanted to know what they were reacting to. They then told me that they saw someone wearing the trapper's costume and standing behind me. At first, I thought they were joking as I told them. Really funny, guys. I'm basically the only one awake at home. My little sister and my friends are all sleeping, so you can stop trying to scare me now. But my viewers continued to assure me that they weren't joking, as they actually saw a huge man standing behind me, wearing the trapper's costume. They also said they had heard screams in the background. I still didn't believe them, as I assumed it was just an organized prank. So I took off my headphones, and as I was about to end the live stream, I heard a large crash coming from one of the bedrooms upstairs. Shocked, I stood up immediately to go check it out, as the noise came from my little sister's room. But on the way there, I was distracted by a red liquid trail leading all the way to my sister's bedroom. Scared, I walked towards the room and slowly opened the door. As I stepped into the room, I heard the sound of clanking metal, and it was followed by searing pain, as I felt something sharp enclose my leg. I screamed as I fell to the floor. The pain was truly unbearable. I looked down to see my leg clamped by a bear trap. I began to call out to my friends and my little sister for help, but no one was answering me. I then started to look around, hoping to see something I could use to set myself free. But the first thing I saw made me stop in fear. It also made me forget about the pain in my leg for a split second. As I watched in horror, as my little sister Stephanie and the two of my friends, Maxwell and Jack, were dangling from massive hooks attached to an old cupboard. I knew they were all dead, as they were impaled near the chest region. The morbid scene, in addition to the searing pain, made me throw up as I started to scream again. I began to ask myself why this was happening. Why was my little sister and two of my friends killed in a morbidly similar way characters in the DVD games were killed?
Real short movies and TV. Install and go. I began to have a mental breakdown as my mind couldn't take it anymore. It felt like
My brain and my body was about to implode, and as I was about to pass out, I heard the words that pulled me back to my senses as someone said, "I told you it looks better in real life." I immediately turned over to see someone looming over me. The person was donning the costume of the Trapper character in the DVD game. I was paralyzed with fear, but I remember screaming, "Who are you?" The man totally ignored my question as he said, "You took it away from me. I used it to clear up all the tension I have inside. I streamed that game to show my followers the proper and true form of killing, but you took it away from me by getting me banned. So, I've decided to play a real-life version of the game with the members of your family." I remember feeling really dizzy as the man spoke. I was losing a lot of blood, and I knew I was going to pass out soon. I also remember how he spoke with a really thick accent that I couldn't recognize. But when I heard the word banned, a dreaded feeling of realization rushed through me as I slowly said, "Are you? I'm a real Killer 12? He didn't answer me as he proceeded to drag me out of the room by my hair. The pain increased 1,000 times as the bear trap was still clamped to my leg. I started to scream for help, but I knew it was pointless as the only people at home were dead. The man then left me in the center of the hallway as he went downstairs to retrieve something. I tried to move, but my whole body hurt. It didn't take long before I heard him coming back, and when he reached me, I noticed he was now holding a really jagged dagger. He then started to scream, "I told you that you were a useless and horrible gamer. You had no form when it came to killing, so I hacked your game and showed you how it's supposed to be done. But you couldn't take it, so you reported me. You reported me! Now watch as I ban you for life!" And with that, he gutted me with the dagger. I can still remember the pain I felt and the feeling of the blade inside me. At that point, I just wanted to die so that the pain would stop. The man removed the blade from my body, and as he was about to stab me in the heart, I heard the words, "Open the door, it's the cops." The last thing I saw that night was my attacker running through the window at the end of the hall. As after that, everything around me was dark. I woke up in the hospital, surrounded by the police. The moments that followed were really painful, as I had to retell and relive all that happened that night to the cops, as they needed to further their investigation. When they were done with the questions, the cops left. The doctor came in, and he told me that I was lucky to have been found early, as I had lost a lot of blood, and if my leg hadn't received the immediate treatment, they would have had to carry out an amputation. I stayed in the hospital for 2 months after the morbid incident. The cops told me and my family they still haven't been able to find the killer. They then told us that the detectives believed my attacker was already an experienced serial killer, as nothing was found at our house during the investigation. No fingerprints or anything incriminating. They tried to find his location by tracking the IP address gotten from his gaming profile, but that was equally unsuccessful. They then told us that the case would remain open, but he still hasn't been found to date. Now that my story is out there in the world, I have something to say to the man who killed a member of my family. I hope they find you and bring you to justice. And one day, like the title of the game, I hope you're dead by daylight.
Sell your clothes with no selling fees on Depop. Sell sneakers everyone wants. Buy sneakers no one has. Buy secondhand brands for cheaper than retail. Buy, sell, welcome to Depop.
My name's Clint, and I've been working at my local gas station since I graduated high school last year. I had plans to go to college, but I wanted to take a year or two and just work, save some money for when I move out on my own. Steve is an older guy in his 50s. He's the owner and manager of the store, and he isn't the friendliest guy to have around. Abby is just a few years older than me. She's in her late 20s, and she cashiers while I go about making sure the fountain soda syrups are replaced and stock some shelves. One night, Abby and I were going to be working late. I would be there all night, but Abby would get to go home around midnight. Living in small town Idaho didn't make me worry much about running the gas station by myself at night. "And that's a wrap for me for the night," Abby beamed as she grabbed her purse and jacket. "Don't fall asleep on the job," she joked. "That was one time," I joked back. "See you tomorrow night, kiddo," Abby said as she ruffled my hair and stepped out. Kiddo. I shook my head and laughed. Apparently being under 20 makes me a baby, or in her case, kiddo. A couple of hours went by and the store was dead. I pulled out my phone and started to play a game on it. Another 20 minutes ticked by when a strange car pulled up. It was a white car, and in place of the rear window were two large pet carriers. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to figure out if I was really seeing this or if I needed sleep. They pulled around the back of the building and parked. A minute later, this couple came through, walking through the door. They looked to be in their 40s. The man was short and fat. He wore a wife-beater tank top and sweatpants. The woman was tall and curvy, dressed in a bright pink tank top and yoga pants that were too small on her. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they acted as though if they were on something. I immediately dialed 911 to have it ready and shoved my phone into my pocket. The man was looking at the place where we cook hot dogs, which was closed up around midnight. He looked at me. "Where are your hot dogs?" he asked. "Sorry, sir, but we stopped serving hot food after midnight," I replied. "But I want a hot dog," he demanded. "Sir, it's 3:30 a.m. It's closed." The woman flashed a toothless smile at me. Her lips were curled into her face. "Come on, give my man a hot dog," she replied, trying to sound flirtatious, but she just came off as annoying. "It's closed. I don't make the decisions." Then, the man pulled out a knife, and I felt the blood drain from my face. "Let's try this one more time," he said as he stroked his finger up and down the blade. Blood began to pool out of his finger, and he didn't even flinch. I grabbed my phone and hit send. I wouldn't be able to talk to the operator. I just had to pray that he or she would hear what was going on and send the police right away. "If you won't make me a hot dog, then I'll have to turn you into one," the man said as he lunged at me. I ducked away from him and grabbed the pepper spray that we keep under the register. I sprayed it in his face, and he screamed out in pain. The girl jumped on top of me and tried to pry the pepper spray out of my hand, but I managed to spray it in her face. She let me go, and I ran outside. I ducked around back and forgotten that I had called 911. I could hear a female voice trying to get my attention. I didn't even register the possibility it was my phone. I saw the couple come out, and they were looking for me. Shit. I kept a low profile and ran any direction I could away from them. I wound up by their car, and what peeked outside the pet carriers made my blood run cold. A couple of coyotes were in there, and they were eating what appeared to be a person. I looked around and saw a familiar bag. "Oh no, Abby!" I felt something strike the back of my head as I heard police sirens approaching the area. I woke up in a hospital bed the next day. I found out that my boss Steve had been murdered a few hours ago, followed by Abby. Turns out the guy was Steve's cousin, and they used to run the gas station together. Because of addictions, Steve fired him and took his name off the will. This crazy dude apparently wanted revenge, so he and his girlfriend were coming out tonight to murder all of us. I never went back to work, and the gas station was shut down. I went back to school and haven't looked back.
I grew up an avid urbex enthusiast here in New York City. As you can imagine, there are awesome sights here, but weirdly, I'd say more than 50% of the community agree that one of the urbex holy grails is over in Cincinnati. Yep, while Cincinnati is famous for that weird Greek chili or their OG baseball team, among the urbex crowd, it's famous for one thing: the Cincinnati subway. For those of you that don't know, the subway was intended as a replacement for the Cincinnati streetcar system. Construction started around the end of World War I, but then after the Great Depression hit, the project just tanked. What remains is just over 2 miles of derelict tunnels and stations, making it the largest abandoned subway system in the United States. Cracking the place is like an urbex rite of passage, giving you infinite bragging rights having explored a labyrinth of subterranean tunnels that's larger than some towns. I thought my visit to the subway would be a dream come true. Me and my group planned it for months, and I don't think I've ever been so excited about anything. But in reality, it turned out to be one of the most confusing and terrifying experiences of my life. Something I'll never be able to fully explain. As I said, It took quite a bit of planning to get the four of us out to southwestern Ohio. On top of barely being able to afford the gas money, we had to drive my friend's trashy 1990 Chevy Lumina, which was in such a bad way that it had become a meme of itself. It took almost 12 hours to get to Cincinnati. That's including a bathroom break, so even after leaving at like 9 a.m., the very earliest we could muster everyone, it was way after dark by the time we arrived. We were tired, starving, and in no mood to head underground right away. So after a brief discussion, we decided to get a few hours sleep before heading down into the subway. This turned out to be a terrible idea. We barely got any sleep, so after a few hours we decided to just get some breakfast at a 24/7 McDonald's, then hit up the subway while we could still use the darkness for cover. The entrance to the tunnels, at least the one we used, turned out to be right in plain sight.
All right, 13 years of training. You've got this. Don't throw up. Just don't throw up.
Spatula.
Oh, did I just ask for a spatula? Who am I, SpongeBob? I'm shaking so much. Nervous? Stay confidently cool, even in the OR. When you're nervous, your body releases adrenaline. And that's what causes those physical symptoms that you hate. Beta blockers work by blocking specific receptors in your body that respond to adrenaline. It's like having a shield that stops adrenaline from affecting your heart rate, your fine motor control, and your sweat glands. And since beta blockers only target those physical responses, your mind stays completely clear. And modern telemedicine makes getting these beta blockers from Kick extremely simple. Complete a quick medical consultation online and pick up your prescription that day or have it shipped to you. It's time to stop being that nervous, anxious person. Go get some Kick today.
It was just sat at the side of the highway, clear as day, and although the big gray iron doors were incredibly heavy, they proved to be unlocked. And just like that, we were in. Then, one of us switched on their flashlight, and for a second, I was kind of taken aback. The concrete walls inside the entrance were completely bare. Not a single tag or piece of graffiti art anywhere. One of the best parts of Urbex is occasionally stumbling across what amounts to a secret gallery. So, to come across a place with no art where I expected at most was kind of disappointing. It didn't set alarm bells ringing or whatever, it was just unusual. Anyway, we excitedly started advancing down the entrance tunnel and find that it branched off into two twin tunnels that ran side by side. Then, after a few minutes of walking, the tunnels opened up into our first abandoned station. You can imagine what this looked like. Wide platforms with support columns, staircases that led to nowhere. It was a pretty cool find, and it was there that we found our first piece of street art. Only, instead of being something to admire, I remember finding it distinctly intimidating. Someone had sprayed a huge black figure onto the whole length of one wall, with its head and shoulders kind of overflowing onto the ceiling. The perspective made it look like it was staring down at you, and it definitely made for an intelligent and decidedly creepy piece of artwork. The logistics of it were downright impressive, too. The walls had to be at least 15 foot high at the platform level, meaning someone had probably hauled a ladder down there with him at some point just to spray that blank-faced, Yeti-looking thing on the wall. After we were suitably unnerved by the big, dark figure, we carried on through the rail tunnels, hitting up station after station as we went. Each one had a series of smaller tunnels leading off from them. Some were just a handful of dead ends. Others seemed to snake off into the darkness for quite a way. But the last station we got to, or at least that I got to, had a ton of different passages leading off from it. I'm guessing we were around the center of the subway system by that point because I read that they'd planned to dig out the central terminal station first, then tunnel outwards so everything fit to scale. And given that there seemed to be a tunnel, passageway, or corridor at every compass point, I'm guessing we were in that terminal station. Despite the creepy street art, we're getting pretty comfortable by that point. The first 10 to 15 minutes after you crack an old abandoned building can be a real adrenaline rush, and if there are hazards to be aware of, your heart stays pounding almost the whole way through. By that time, Our count was in the high 50s, and I'd go so far as to say that we were pretty experienced. But that experience brings comfort, and getting too comfortable makes you sloppy. Add on to that a bad night's sleep and the sugar crash from having gorged under the golden arches, and for me personally, it was a recipe for disaster. It's not a strict life or death rule, but generally speaking, you don't split up when exploring an abandoned building. Sure, you can head off into an adjacent room, dip slightly out of sight for a second, but you don't go off wandering on your own. Not unless you're very, very confident of your surroundings. You hear horror stories about gas sinks where someone walks into a room and just passes out and dies, all totally silently. Then one by one, their friends follow them into the room, only to join them in death. Little tidbits like that serve as great warnings, but gas sinks are an extremely rare phenomenon that you only get when you're really deep underground. So despite the potential for danger, I think I just switched off a few seconds and wandered down a passageway on my own. It was dumb, I know, but I swear I didn't walk too far, and I remember the feeling of confusion when I turned around and walked back down the corridor, only to find that it didn't open back up into the abandoned station. I stopped and paused for a second, feeling this momentary sense of bewilderment wash over me before I took a deep breath and gathered my thoughts. My crew had to be at the end of the corridor I was looking at. It was only logical. But when I walked down it, still using my flashlight to cut through the darkness, and there was still no station, I'll admit that I started to panic a little. My voice echoes as I called out down the corridor, hoping my friends might be able to hear me. When they didn't respond, I did what anyone else might do. Just went straight into denial. I called out sarcastically, "Very funny, guys. You can come out now." But no one replied. Then I tried to stop myself from walking down another corridor, but in that brief little moment of panic, I just couldn't help myself. It didn't make sense. I knew how to follow my own footsteps. I'd done it 1,000 times before. But there I was, 50-something derps under my belt, and I'd actually gone and gotten myself lost.
Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzly, any coffee, and a hash brown for $5. Gotta have a Wawa.
I just put it down to how tired I was and how dark the subway was, then reached in my backpack to retrieve my walkie-talkie. We always pack these small things, but powerful radios just in case. We never really had to use them before, but there's a first time for everything, right? So I got the radio out, switched it on, and began talking on the agreed-upon Channel 1. Our little pre-agreed protocol was that as soon as someone gets separated, out come the radios. The guys must have figured I was missing by that point, so they must have had their radios out, or at least one of them. But when I talked onto the channel and got nothing in reply, I went back to thinking that they were just playing a prank on me. Then suddenly, my radio buzzes to life with an incoming transmission. It sounded kind of distorted, but that didn't surprise me given that we were surrounded by masses of concrete. But as I'm straining my ears to listen to voices in the static, I realize it's not any of my buddies' voices. In fact, it sounded a lot more like a woman. It was slightly accented, a feminine voice, but I could only make out every fourth or fifth word. Everything else was just garbled. Yet as I strained my ears and concentrated, I heard the voice repeating something that sounded an awful lot like, "Help me." That was the first time I'd ever come to a full-on panic while in an abandoned building, and I had to actually make an effort to control my breathing and keep calm. I told myself that the "help me" I thought I heard could have been almost any two-syllable phrase, and rationally speaking, the subway was a limited space. Even if I'd managed to get myself lost, there was no way I could stay lost if I just kept moving. So, that's exactly what I did. I switched on my little headlamp, told myself everything was going to be fine, then just walked off into the darkness. My main goal was to find the station we'd been standing in. That way I could effectively retrace my steps and find my way out of the subway system. But I walked and walked for maybe 15 to 20 minutes, and The whole time I've failed to find an abandoned station, or even any of the twin railway tunnels we'd used to get into the place. It was just corridor after corridor, some of which forked off into 2 or 3 other passageways, and no matter which one I took, I never seemed to make any progress. I knew I could walk a mile in around 15 minutes, which meant that I could walk the entire length of the subway system in around 30 to 40. So when I clocked 45 minutes of walking, and I still hadn't found an exit, I felt myself getting that feeling of panic rising up into my chest again. It just didn't make any sense. The whole way I'd been talking to my radio, trying to raise my buddies, but to no avail. They had to be in range. Those radios were some of the most expensive things we owned, and the only reasonable explanation is the concrete was just too thick for the radio waves to penetrate. But still, even with a semi-rational explanation like that, I found one distinct thought creeping into my head. Something is very, very wrong here. Either something was wrong with me, or something was wrong with the tunnels, and being a somewhat rational person, I went with the first theory. I remember having to turn back when I wound up hitting a dead end, but after a few hundred feet, I realized I was walking a different layout of corridors than I had previously. Some of them had these cuboid concrete bumps in them, like they were the foundations for some kind of barrier. But then I started seeing them on the ceiling too, these 3D rectangles that looked like they'd been chiseled out of the rock. I hadn't seen those things walking down the corridor the first time, at least. I hadn't noticed them, but then my suspicions were confirmed when I noticed the concrete ahead of me was all wet, something which definitely hadn't been the case a few minutes before. That little detail did really bother me, way worse than losing my buddies, too. As you can probably guess, underground tunnels and water leaks are a very bad combination, and the discovery added an even graver sense of danger to the situation. After I noticed the water, my pace increased significantly as I tried my best to keep calm. But the further I went, the harder that got. The sound of my wet footsteps had me praying I wasn't heading towards the source of the leak, and that I wasn't about to get hit by some underground tsunami or something. Not the most rational fear, I know, but like I said, I was struggling to remain calm. But then, as the tension was really ramping up, I could have sworn that I'd heard a second set of wet footsteps in the tunnel behind me. I remember stopping dead in my tracks and listening, but the sound didn't continue, so I figured it was just an echo of my own footsteps. Yet shortly after continuing on my way, I heard a footstep behind me that was most definitely not in rhythm with my own. Again, I stop. Only that time I spin around on the spot, shining my flashlight into the darkness. I didn't see anything, and the sound of footsteps didn't continue. But I started to get this horrible feeling that there was something just out of range of my flashlight. That then queued up all these questions like, who's down here without a flashlight, and who might follow me and not announce themselves? The Cincinnati PD had been known to patrol the tunnels and kick out any homeless trying to sleep there, and the Urbex crowd tend to hate cops and security guards. But I found myself in this weird position where I actually hoped it was a cop that was following me, and not someone else. I tried to just push on, but turning around every so often when I thought I heard footsteps began to slow me down. And then I began to hit other obstacles. Those same cubes of concrete I'd seen previously, only they were much larger. Some of them were so big I had to actually step up onto them to get past. It made no sense why they were there either, like they only seemed to serve the purpose of constructing the tunnel. After another few hundred yards, the beam of my flashlight began to illuminate something that just sent my stomach into knots. For absolutely no reason I could discern, the tunnel abruptly narrowed to the point that there was only a very small vertical gap that I'd have to push myself a couple of feet through to keep going. I actually just stood there for a second and said out loud, "You have to be kidding me." The only other thing was the worry that the gap would somehow narrow even further, and that I might get stuck trying to get through. But right as I'm mulling that thought over, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. Only that time, there was no mistaking it. It couldn't have been the echo of my own. There was definitely someone else in that tunnel with me. I called out to them. Wishful thinking, I suppose, and when the speed of the footsteps dramatically increased, I knew their intentions toward me were not good. Fight or flight kicked in, and in the moment, I chose flight, shoving myself shoulder first into the narrow opening in the concrete before grinding my way through. The whole time I expected to feel a hand grabbing at my back, and when I finally popped out of the other side, I spun around and shone my flashlight to see who in God's name was chasing me.
Say hello to Zaxby's Southern Fried Shrimp. You can shrimp it on a salad, shrimp it with fingers, or shrimp it in buffalo sauce. At Zaxby's, there's no wrong way to shrimp. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
But there was no one. I knew they were there, though, hiding off just to the side, maybe just waiting for me to let my guard down before pushing through after me. Needless to say, I didn't wait to find out if I was right. I just took off along the wet concrete, trying to put as much distance between myself and my pursuer as possible. As I ran, I started to notice a lot more of those weird cuboid structures. Only this time, some of them were triangular, like little pyramids coming out of the walls, floor, and ceiling. The others had at least looked like they served some kind of purpose, but these new things looked almost completely random, like they were a glitch in a video game's levels or something. I'd have taken more time to observe them if I hadn't been running for my life. Only after a few hundred yards or so, the tunnel narrowed off yet again. Only that time, it was like nothing I'd ever seen in my entire life. Now that I think back on it, it was like looking at a piece of tessellated art, like the kind that uses different sizes of the same shape to create a kind of 3D optical illusion. It would have been fascinating if I hadn't been forced to crawl through it on my stomach, not knowing if I was going to get trapped and starved to death in there. The whole lining of the passageway was ridged with tiny versions of the same pyramid structures, and it was so narrow that I had to take off my backpack and shove it in front of me in order to fit through. The little ridges raked at my back the whole way, but my adrenaline was pumping so hard that I could, feel the damage it was doing. It just didn't hurt. And then came the moment where I couldn't advance any further. I could feel the little ridges against my skull, neck, and shoulders. I couldn't push my backpack any further, and I was actually stuck. I was so scared I felt sick, and I'm not ashamed to say I felt the overwhelming urge to burst into tears. My mom had always told me that I'd eventually get myself hurt if I persisted with the trespassing nonsense, and in that moment, it seemed like she'd been proven right. Only the thing that made me want to burst into tears was the fact that she might never find out how right she was. I'd never be found because I knew I was somewhere I wouldn't be found just by looking for it. I know that must make no sense, but in that moment, trapped in the bizarre, intricately chiseled crawl space, it made all the sense of the world. And just as it was sinking in just how screwed I really was, I heard something moving through the tunnels behind me. I'm not even sure how this really happened because as much as I tried to force my way through the crawl space, I simply could not go any further. But hearing that person and what I'm assuming was a person moving up behind me, it just sent me into overdrive. I just kept focusing on kicking my legs, wiggling my torso, and pushing my backpack in front of me that I barely even realized I'd shoved it out the other side. Then once I could get a grip of the opening, I let out all the air in my lungs to be able to fit through, and pulling with all my might. Feeling myself free of the crawl space concrete grip was the second time that night that I almost cried. But there was no time to celebrate. I had to keep moving. Only right when I needed it the most, right when I thought I was about to lose my mind with fear, my flashlight started to flicker. I'd replaced the batteries that night in preparation for exploring the subway. There was no way I could have been down there long enough to drain them. And I just lost it, consumed by panic. And I sprinted down the corridor, trying to make as much progress as possible before the flashlight gave out entirely. It started to flicker again, and I was running. I actually started calling out, Mom, like she could somehow save me from a nightmarish fate. Then I tripped, and I hit the dirt hard. I felt the sting of the grazes on my forearms mix with my sweat, and there was this dull ringing in my ear that I first figured was from being knocked unconscious. But the monotonous ringing wasn't anything in my head. It was from a nearby highway. And when I opened my eyes, I saw I was back outside. I have absolutely no idea how I got back outside after tripping in the darkness. When I stopped ugly weeping into the dirt, I looked around for the entrance I'd fallen out of, but I couldn't see anything. Then right as I'm trying to work out what in God's name just happened to me, I feel my phone buzzing in my pocket as it reconnected to the cell network. And I won't bore you with the whole aftermath. I feel like this whole thing is just a massive wall of text already, but the looks on my friends' faces on the ride back as I tried to explain what happened, well, they put me off ever trying to properly explain it to someone. I went to therapy for a few years after a psychiatrist diagnosed me as having experienced a stress-induced psychotic break. I tried to accept that what happened was all just in my head, but honestly, I know that isn't entirely the case. And for some reason, whenever my mind wanders back to that night, I think of that giant black figure someone had spray painted on the wall. At the time, I had no idea why anyone would spend so much time on something that no one might ever see. But now, I think I understand.
A glow this good starts with a powerful pair. New Moisture Surge Serum exfoliates, hydrates, and brightens for an instant and continuous glow. Moisture Surge Hydrator locks in deep hydration, powered by aloe. Activate your glow.
I had never really been a family person. I'd spent most of my life with my family, and during that time, all I could think about was leaving. Don't get me wrong. My family wasn't really bad or anything like that. I just constantly felt smothered anytime I was with them. So when it was finally time for me to leave for college, I left and never looked back. I ignored their constant calls and texts. I always made an excuse not to come for the reoccurring family gatherings, and I didn't even send them gifts or messages during their birthdays or holidays. Now, as I said, I didn't do this out of spite. I just wanted to keep my distance from them. And while I didn't know this at the time, it was a decision I would come to regret dearly. If I'm remembering correctly, it happened on the 30th of November, 2015. The Christmas holiday was coming up, and as usual, I made excuses not to come home for the holidays. My mom spent an hour trying to convince me on the phone, and I remember telling her that I had to work and I wouldn't be able to come home. Now, I worked at a nearby joint of the popular Denny's restaurant. Most of my coworkers had gone home for Christmas, and it was just a few of us left. I remember my manager being shocked when I told him I was going to work throughout the holidays, even on Christmas. He asked if I was sure about that, and I told him that it was fine. After my conversation with the manager had ended, I quickly got back to work. I was taking the night shift that night, so it was just me and my coworker Jill. Jill lived in the area, so she normally worked the night shifts with me. It was a very slow night, and I knew it was because of the holidays. With no customers around and not much going on, Jill and I just talked to each other. During our conversation, I remember her asking me,
"Why didn't you go home for the holidays, Todd?"
So I responded with,
Well, I weighed my options, and it was either going home and spending time with some overbearing people or making a couple of bucks.
She laughed before responding with,
Overbearing? Your family is really that bad, huh?
I then told her,
To be honest, they aren't that bad, but sometimes they just get a little too much for me to handle. Besides, there's no other place I'd rather be.
I was about to say something else when a strange couple walked into the restaurant. The man was wearing a black shirt with three-quarter denim shorts, and he was holding a green bag in his right hand. His wife, or at least the woman I thought was his wife, was wearing a black and white shirt with black shorts. We immediately stopped our conversation to attend them, as I looked at the man and said,
Welcome to Denny's, sir. How can I help you?
The strange man totally ignored me as he started to make his way behind the counter. Confused, I said,
What are you doing, sir? You're not allowed back here.
But before I could do anything, I felt the gun pressed against my skin. I was about to scream when the man said,
"Don't you dare make a sound."
Jill soon arrived at the scene, and she screamed when she realized what was going on. The man then looked at her with cold eyes as he said,
"I'm going to paint your floor red with his insides if you don't stop screaming."
His menacing threat worked instantly as Jill stopped screaming. He then told her,
"Now, I'm going to take your friend here to the back of the restaurant and keep him hostage. And if you want to see him again, all you have to do is take out all the money in your cash register and give it to my partner here."
When he was done speaking, I was then ushered to the back of the restaurant. I remember being so scared that it was hard to breathe. I felt myself getting an anxiety attack, but I tried my best to keep it under control. I could tell Jill was also panicking, but she did everything they asked her as she started to clear the cash register. My eyes started to dart around now as I checked to see if there was anyone nearby that could help us. My assailant noticed me doing this, so he said,
"I don't think you've ever been shot before, because if you had, you'd think twice about doing anything stupid. I don't need to tell you that anything you do or whatever it is you're thinking of doing won't work. Don't be a hero, kid, because the heroes always die in the end. I really don't give a crap about your pathetic life, and I'd kill you without a second thought."
His words pierced through my soul, and it didn't take long before I smelled urine. I had peed myself, and my assailant, who had noticed this, started to laugh. The cash register was empty now, as Jill had given the woman all the money. The man then ordered her to go hide in the back of the restaurant before saying,
"You better do as I say, or I won't let your friend go."
Jill didn't complain as she did exactly what he asked. I was still crippled with fear, but I managed to stutter the words,
"We've done what you wanted, so please, can I go now?"
The man, who was shocked that I was able to speak, looked at me and said,
"I see you found some courage, but it's too late for that now, and I'm afraid we won't be able to let you go. We aren't done using you yet."
When he was done talking, the woman who was working with the man quickly walked out of the restaurant. The man then ushered me towards the door, and with my hands raised in the air, I walked out of the restaurant. When I was outside, he brought out his gun again and told me to face the wall. I did what he asked me to do, as I held on to some hope that I'd come out of this alive. The man then whispered the words,
"Now, I want you to close your eyes and count to 10. Do as I say, and hopefully, at the end of that countdown, you won't wake up in hell."
I started to count, and my heartbeat increased with every number I said. It was the longest 10 seconds of my life, and numerous thoughts began to fly through my head. I cursed myself for not taking the holiday break to spend time with my family, as I knew I wouldn't have been in this situation if I did that. I also knew that if this crazy man shot me here, no one would care, as I had constantly shunned the only people who would have cared. I then felt nothing but immense fear and regret as I prayed to come out of this situation alive. When I was done counting, I waited for something to happen, but all I heard was silence. It took a lot of courage to do it, but when I finally opened my eyes, they were gone.
Sell your clothes with no selling fees on Depop. Buy secondhand brands for cheaper than retail. Sell sneakers everyone wants. Buy sneakers no one has. Sell what you stopped wearing to buy something you can't stop wearing. Swap retail for resale. Buy, sell, welcome to Depop.
Wow.
Stuck in a never-ending renovation? That's an innovation occasion. Innovation from the freezer aisle to your mouth. Anytime, anywhere.
After the incident, the police were immediately called, and we were asked to give our statements. We told them everything that happened, and the hidden surveillance cameras were checked. The footage corroborated our stories, and a manhunt was set up to find the thieves. He was trying to hide it, but our manager was more worried about the money that was stolen than the well-being of his employees. The news of the small case soon spread around town, and it didn't take long before my family heard about it. They all came to visit me the next week, and I could tell how worried they were. That incident became a real eye-opener for me, as I realized that I had no one that really cared about me apart from them, and no matter how overwhelming or overbearing they got sometimes, they were still my family. So I made a pact with myself to always try harder to get closer to them, and ever since that day, I never missed a family Christmas again. For a person who likes to work out, your gym becomes your sacred space. Take me, for instance. I never miss my gym, not even a day. Although I have a 9 to 5, I make sure that I hit the gym every single day. Now, you must know that I either go to the gym very early around 5 in the morning or as late as 8 in the evening, depending on my work schedule. The other day, however, when I went to the gym, I had to renew my membership. So I reached the gym by 4:30 a.m. I had to fill out the renewal form and then do my exercise. As I entered the gym, I saw no one except me there. Usually, there are a couple of gym rats like me that make it to the gym this early. However, it was eerily silent that morning. I went up to the office and asked the girl with the bright smile form I needed. She smiled at me and handed me the form. While I filled it out, she disappeared somewhere in the back rooms. Maybe to touch up her makeup, I don't know. But while I filled out the form, I noticed some kind of heaviness in the air. The temperature had suddenly dropped, and I felt like someone was watching me. The receptionist was nowhere to be seen, so I ignored the feeling and kept on filling out the form. That's when I heard a loud noise from the weightlifting section. I dropped the form and rushed to see if someone was there and if they needed help. But as I reached the section, all I could see were weights scattered all around me, but no one was there. That's when I noticed that there was a dark, shadowy figure in the corner that had orange glowing eyes.
It stared at me with murderous eyes, and I just stood there, shell-shocked.
The figure started approaching me, and I saw that it had no defined feet. It was as if it was floating in the air. It seemed to be of a man who must be at least 6 feet tall. Something kicked inside of me, and I bolted out of there, gathering my things on the way. I exited the gym. The girl was still nowhere to be seen, and this black shadowy figure lurked at the entrance of the gym, unable to get out. I returned home as this was a traumatic experience for me. For the next few days, I avoided the gym completely. Hell, I was even scared to do a single push-up at home. I tried to come up with explanations as to what I had experienced there, but nothing really made sense. A few weeks later, I finally convinced myself that I had seen things as a result of work stress and nothing more. That evening, I went to the gym, renewed my membership, and exercised for a while. It felt good to be there again amongst all the machines. I was so engrossed in working out that I did not realize that everyone around me had left at some point and that I was all alone there. Once again, there was a noise from the weightlifting section, and when I went there, half expecting to see the figure again, all I could see were scattered weights and no one else. The air was thick again, and it was cold. I knew what was coming, so I rushed out and left. This was the second time I had experienced something negative and possibly paranormal in that place. I read reviews of the gym on the internet, something I had not done before joining the gym. Not just one or two, but several ex-gym members had reported paranormal sightings or experiences similar to mine, and all of them had unenrolled themselves soon after. This was the only nice gym near my home, so I decided to talk to the owner of the gym. I booked an appointment with him. His name was Ronald Marshall. Mr. Ronald, I'm Pierce Jacobson, and I'm a member of your gym. I introduced myself to the joyful-looking man in front of me. How may I help you, Mr. Jacobson? Now, I know this may sound crazy, but I had a weird experience in the gym the other day. I narrated the whole story to him, and he listened to me patiently. We were sitting in his office. You know, Mr. Jacobson, you are not the first one to report this matter to me. Previously, several other gym members had also experienced similar things in the gym. I am well aware that this place is haunted. Before I built the gym here, there was a mental hospital on this ground. It was demolished, and the place was bought by me because patients and staff members of the hospital had reported paranormal occurrences happening in the hospital, too. When I built this gym, I thought it would put an end to everything. But that did not happen. I did everything in my power to rid this place of the evil that plagues it, but there is nothing much I can do. I got to know that you had renewed your membership earlier this week. All I can do is give you a full refund. Hearing the owner's words, I was shocked at how he had kept all his clients in the dark about this matter. But I liked the gym too much to go to another one, so I planned to take matters into my own hand.
How's it going, honey?
Oh, it's going.
I believe, y'all. Everything gonna be alright.
At Ruin Zifra, we believe in this stretch of the coast and standing up for the people who live here. If you've been injured, you call us.
Thank you for calling Ruin Zifra.
I browsed the internet and found Harrison, a paranormal investigator who was an expert in dealing with such things. Harrison and I decided to meet up in front of the gym on a Sunday when there are very few people in the gym. He had brought a few devices with him which supposedly helped with the investigation. Shall we begin, Mr. Jacobson? Sure, I said. First, we rounded the gym and his EMF device was passive all the time. It did not blink even once. It was clear that the evil entity was not around the place, but inside the gym. We entered the gym. As Harrison had done before, he walked up to every corner of the gym, but no external EMF was detected. There was only me, Harrison, and the smiling receptionist in the gym, and no one else. However, as soon as we stepped into the weightlifting section, the EMF device started to blink and beep. We had found what we were looking for. Harrison took out his EVP recorder, and on it, we both could hear as clear as day the words, "Leave this place now." The voice was guttural and deep, a man's voice. Although I was scared, Harrison was unfazed. He quickly understood what he was dealing with, but decided to perform a cleansing ritual there. The air around us was thick and cold, but Harrison continued to work. He burned some sage sticks and lit a few candles. Then he cleansed the place with a mild stroke of the burning sage. It was as if the smell of the sage had lifted the thick air and cleaned the place of the negative energy. When he was done, I could feel the positivity in the air. I have cleansed the place. The evil spirit won't return for a while, at least. According to my knowledge, it must be the spirit of a person, specifically a patient who lost his life in the hospital. However, the cleansing process is not permanent. The entity may return again, so keep an eye over your shoulder whenever you work out here. Thanks for helping me out, Harrison. It's my job, Mr. Jacobson. Saying this, we both left the gym. It's been 2 months since then, and I never once felt any presence in the gym. However, I am always aware of my surroundings, and I think this was the biggest lesson I learned from this experience.
People always laugh when I tell them I have sacrophobia. It's not a common phobia, so you probably haven't heard of it, but it's basically the fear of sweet things. Now, I know that sounds dumb, as why would someone be afraid of something as amazing as candy and chocolate? But after hearing about this gruesome experience, you too will think twice about shoving a piece of candy down your throat. I remember as a kid, I really loved sweets. I can't forget the first time I tasted a bright red lollipop, and to me, it tasted like the sweetest thing on earth. After that experience, I would hoard sweets in my mouth any chance I got. I literally became obsessed with them, as I'd take them after breakfast, after lunch, and after dinner. Even though I loved doing this, my mom wasn't too keen on it, as my oral hygiene was horrible, and that led to numerous dentist visits. Due to the excessive amount of sugar I was taking in, it didn't take long before my teeth started to hurt, and I eventually started going to the dentist regularly. I really hated going to the dentist, and it wasn't because I was scared of them, no. It was because of the way my dentist, Mr. Dorian, treated me. The first time I met him, I knew something was wrong, as he had a really weird aura. I remember telling my mom, I really don't want to do this. And she told me, well, if you didn't eat sweets all the time, Holly, we wouldn't have to be here. It didn't take long before Dr. Dorian walked up to me and my mom. I smiled at him, and when he saw my teeth, he looked at me with disgust. I didn't think much of it at first, but every time I went back, he always treated me the same way. He always had the same disgusted look on his face as he looked at me like I was a filthy thing and I irritated him.
Dr. Dorian also seemed psychotic, as he usually had little tremors every time he saw my teeth. He would also say the weirdest things, as he used to tell me.
You don't deserve what you've been given. You treat your teeth horribly, and one of these days, they will fall out.
I tried to tell my mom everything that was going on, but she just brushed them off, as she thought I was making them up to get out of going to the dentist. Every time I complained, she would respond with, "Stop being difficult, Holly, and stop lying to me. If you don't want to go to the dentist, stop eating sweets." I wasn't ready to give up sweets, and while I hated Dr. Dorian, I didn't let him get to me, as I kept eating whatever I wanted. As I grew older, things only got worse. I still didn't care what my mom or Dr. Dorian said, as I kept to my sugar-filled diet, and once I was able to, I began to dodge my dentist appointments. I remember my teeth getting so bad, they began to hurt, but I still didn't care, as all I wanted to do was just to eat more and more sweets. So I ate through the pain. Eventually, my mom found out, and she forced me to go to Dr. Dorian. She dropped me off herself that day, and I remember screaming at her on the way there, as I told her, "There's something wrong with him, Mom. Can you please listen to me?" But all my pleas fell on deaf ears, as she still dropped me off. I remember going into Dr. Dorian's office, and it was awfully quiet, as no other people were there. I walked in to see Mr. Dorian standing in the middle of the room, waiting for me. As soon as I saw him, I knew something was wrong. Because remember how I said earlier that he always looked irritated every time he saw me? This time, he was eerily calm. Dr. Dorian then told me in a calm voice,
You arrogant, unfixable child. You have no idea what you have. Not all of us are as lucky as you to have a complete set of teeth. And seeing as you don't care about them, I will take them away from you.
I was taken aback and freaked out by the statement. And as I started to say, "What do you mean?" he lunged at me. Before I could move, his hands were around my throat. He violently threw me into a chair, and my head hit something hard. I was paralyzed for a few seconds as I watched him strap my hands down before prying my mouth open with the mouth prop. I tried screaming, but with my mouth pried open with the mouth prop, I couldn't really make much sound. I watched him get out a hammer and a chisel that was wrapped in a bloody cloth. I remember him walking up to me and placing the chisel at the base of my incisors. He then screamed the words,
Say goodbye to your precious teeth.
And as the hammer connected to the base of the chisel, I felt immeasurable pain ripple through my jaw. I screamed as I felt a tooth roll down my tongue and into my throat. Dr. Dorian, who now had a psychotic look in his eyes, kept screaming the words.
Do you now understand what you had? Do you now see what you should have done? But on the bright side, you can now have all the candy you want, you greedy child.
As he hammered down again, I began to choke and writhe in pain as he whispered into my ear.
A toothless life is a painful life, and you'll soon experience that, my sweet Holly.
My gums, my head, and every part of my body hurt. I could feel my mouth and my jaw throb in immense pain, but even through all this, all that was going through my mind were the words, I really don't want to die. I started to frantically look around for something, anything I could use to get myself free, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw some sharp dentist tools on a platter that was right next to the chair I was tied to. Instinctively, I reached out to it, but my hands were still restrained. I knew that if I didn't do something, this psychopathic dentist would kill me by morbidly breaking all my teeth out. So I began to profusely pull at my restraints. It really hurt to struggle, but I continued to pull, and soon enough, I heard a little pop sound as I felt waves of pain ripple through my body. I had twisted my wrist, but I was free, and without thinking, I grabbed what seemed to be a scaler, and as he was about to use the hammer again, I shoved the tool deep into his neck. I can never forget the look in his eyes as I stabbed him. It didn't take long before he slumped to the floor, and I hurriedly began to free myself. As soon as I was free, I ran out of the car, and I didn't stop till I was very far from it. I then started to search my pockets for my phone, and once I found it, I immediately called my mom. Trying to speak hurt, as without most of my teeth, the only thing that came out of my mouth was gibberish. But I managed to mumble some words, and she finally understood that I was in trouble. It didn't take long before my mom came. She arrived with the cops, and the last thing I remember before passing out was my mom hugging me.
What do you get when Zaxby's, an iconic chicken joint, applies this delicious crispy seasoning to shrimp? The collab everyone's been waiting for, in a Zaxby's box. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
The following weeks after that incident were the most horrible weeks of my life. I was given dental implants to replace the teeth I had lost, and after a while, when I could finally speak, the cops came to ask me some questions about the incident. While telling them what had happened, I began to relive the horrible memories, and it didn't take long before I broke down. I remember my mom holding my hand and telling me, "It's going to be okay." After putting myself together, I eventually told them everything that happened. When I was done relaying the incident, I was curious as to what Dr. Dorian had against me. So I
Mm.